particle has an anti-particle. Negative side. Bringing darkness instead of light.
Right then, hello everybody. Oh, my game capture audio was off. There we go. Hello everybody. How are we doing? Right, so, Dread Mechanic back here this evening for a little bit of just casual giant robot build streaming. So, this evening, we are going to tinker around with this big bad boy over here, who is currently doing weird stuff. He shouldn't be turned to the right. I don't know why he's done that. But yes, this is one of my current mega projects at the moment. In fact, I'm not entirely sure why his torso is twisted. It shouldn't be at all. Some timers are getting triggered there for some reason, somehow. So, this guy is pretty big. We'll fix him in a minute. This guy's pretty big. He's about 700 meters long at the moment. That's about as big as I'm willing to make him right now. He walks forwards and he walks backwards. It took a fair bit of messing around to get something this heavy and this large to move. And I've built a rudimentary little control seat right in the middle because I have not really done much greebling at all yet, other than just getting the basic shape together. And the thing is so damn big that we have to use spectator mode to actually navigate it in third person properly, because you can't zoom the control seat camera out far enough because it's that damn big. Right, first things first, why have you turned to the left? You should not have turned to the left yet. There we go. Let's straighten you back out, because those are one of the controls that I need to set up next, is the actual turning controls. But for now, we can demonstrate his ability to walk forwards. So it's got my usual vanilla walk control set up with all the event controllers and a few extra timers and things, because he's got two sets of every leg joint essentially. Everything's doubled up, so I put a bunch of controls into timers so you can trigger each section of the leg individually rather than having to mess around grouping hinges and rotors together. But yeah, you can walk forwards. You can do about 15 to 20 meters a second. He's not too bad at walking. He's got a relatively decent speed to him. And then if I stop, his legs will reset, and he will stop walking. And if I hit the reverse key, we can just about go backwards. Because I finished... Well, I'm kind of finished the reverse walking controls earlier today. Because it was a bit of a headache and I didn't want to do it on stream. Yeah, those are his basic walk controls. He can walk forwards, he can walk backwards, and he currently clocks in at 53.6 million kilograms. So, he's a chunky boy. So, main goal of today's stream is to just casually tinker around with it, upgrade a few bits. As you can see, there's still lots of box frame sections. Oh, hello, Jester. What's that? Hello, my two favourite things, Armoured Core and Clang's Revenge. Yeah! Yeah, there'll probably be a bit of a clang along the way with this guy. He's pretty big. He's one of the biggest functioning mechs I've built. Oh yeah, I also need to set up the turret, because I built that. It's articulated so it can turn, and it can pitch and rotate and all that kind of stuff, but I've not set up any controls really, because I don't want all those railguns to just fire in one go. I want them to fire in sequence. So go blam 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 in a nice little chain, rather than just all fire at once. So I need to set that up at some stage. I might actually build the firing computer for that in here, because we've got a lot of free space in here. Oh yeah, I also need to fill in the back of that as well. Yeah, there's lots of things to do today on this build. Lots of things to finish, lots of things to figure out. I also need to try and see if I can get away with building the ridiculous drill things that are underneath his chassis. That's going to add a fair bit of an additional fair bit of weight. In fact, actually, we might start with that, because I've got some reference pictures here, I think. Bam, there we go. Yeah, so... Oh, hello, Alex Taco. Yes, AC6 Strider. Yes, Taco, it can walk. You've just missed me demonstrating it, so I will show it off again. It has currently got forward and backward controls. It can't turn yet, but I have built a few things to facilitate... Actually, I might do the turning controls next, actually. Get them finished. As I was saying before, it is so big that I can't get the whole thing into third-person camera mode properly, so I have to put it in spectator cam. Can we get a better angle for it in spectator cam? There we go. We'll go with that angle for now, so people can see it a wee bit better. Right. So yeah, if I hit the forward key, he can walk forwards. Oh, hello, DC. How are you doing, mate? So yeah, if I hit the forward key, because of my vanilla setup, it can walk forwards. It can reach just about 20 meters a second at the moment. I don't really want to make it walk much quicker than that, because it's a Strider, it has no need for turning, it just walks through things. Yeah, I mean, in AC6 that applies. In Space Engineers, you don't walk through things. Things walk through you. DC, by the way, thank you once again very, very much for your donations yesterday. I have ordered a new Wi-Fi card, and with any luck, it should turn up tomorrow afternoon before I do my usual Sunday evening live stream. So, with any luck, I'll have the new Wi-Fi card before I do my stream tomorrow. So again, thank you very, 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 very much for your donation. That was very generous of you. Yeah, that's the forward controls. That's just me rambling and holding the forward key. And to do the same for the reverse and hold the S key on my keyboard, he will switch into reverse mode, but he weighs 53 million kilos, so you got to wait for his momentum to shift a little bit. There we go. We can just about walk backwards. His feet catch a little bit because his leg setup isn't really the best for walking backwards, but you can do it. He's just better at walking forwards than he is in reverse. And it also doesn't help with the terrain being a little bit awkward sometimes, but yeah, he can go backwards. Just takes me a while to shift his momentum. Anyway, so the next thing I would like to try and do is set him up with some turning controls. Because he's got a big segmented body, and there are 3 independent sections, so they're essentially 3 two-legged mechs stitched together in the middle. And his segments have got articulation that allows it to pitch up and down and rotate side to side. So we can turn and we can deal with a certain amount of inclines and stuff. So on that note, I set up a bunch of timers that you can see at the bottom. Oh, sorry, I didn't see those messages there. Oh, hello, Happy Monkey. You've made huge strides in progress so far. Thank you. And that's also a little bit of a pun, which I appreciate because it's the Strider. Not going to lie, the way I feel... Not going to lie, the feet look... I'd assume this is forwards and the other one is backwards. How's the back looking? The back is just a big gaping hole at the moment because I was still working out shapes. And trying to find good quality detailed screenshots of this thing is a bloody nightmare. I found lots and lots of very, very long range screenshots of it where you can see the whole thing, but you can't really see the finer details. So I've just been kind of roughly blocking out the shapes for it and then trying to work out the finer details as I go. So the back end is still just meh. There's nothing to it yet. But there's lots of shaping that needs to go on down here as well. And a few other places. And I still feel like the nose, I might have made it a little bit too long, but it's a difficult one to scale. But yeah, the next thing I want to try and do is set up some turning controls. So I've got these 4 timers at the bottom of the screen on my toolbar. You know what that means, it's time to play. Yeah, I've tried to get my own screenshots like close up whilst playing that level on AC6, and it's hard enough to stay alive at that stage of the game, let alone trying to get yourself in a good position to get good screenshots. But yeah, I have got a few screenshots on my computer that are literally from mid-battle of that fight, desperately trying to look at the robot rather than engage with it in combat, which is a fun experience. Yeah, so anyway, I was saying, I've got these controls at the bottom. So I've got turn left, which pitches those rotors on the body round to the left, and also turns on the gyro, the thruster. It turns on the velocity on this bottom set of rotors here, this bottom rotor with the gyros on it. And then the override of that gyro, those gyros turning, shifts the weight of the mech. So it helps it turn physically and helps it bend in the middle. Then we can turn that off, and then I've got a similar setup for the other side, so we can turn it to the right. And then spin all of those override rotors in the other direction. And that helps it turn to the right a little bit. And then we've got another one to turn that off. And straighten the midsection out again. Aren't there any mods that let you use like a spectator camera or anything? To be honest, I've never really modded Armored Core. Or any of the Souls games, really. They're all of the From Software games. I like to play them as raw as possible. I don't think I've ever modded any of those games. I mean, maybe it's probably worth looking into something like that to see if something like that exists, so I can get good screenshots. Because there's a few robots from Armored Core 6 I'd like to try and build, and most of them are boss fights, and they don't give you the chance to get a good look at them before they're trying to smash your head in. Okay, so I want to try and set up those turn controls in a more manual fashion. So I need... I haven't set up any turn stuff yet other than the rotors and the timers. No, so we need an event controller, or, well, we need two event controllers. So yeah, this is the little computer that I've been slowly putting together for this robot. All the walking controls are contained within this little block at the moment. So we need to add a couple of event controllers. I like to try and keep these computer designs looking vaguely aesthetically pleasing, so we will stick two of them there. And then we'll call that controller turn left. Pop all, and then bump, bump, bump. Paste that onto there, and that can be controller turn right. And I've got some thrusters here to trigger it with. Put that in there. And yeah, so I need to set these guys up as well. Oh, I've already set them up. Oh, fantastic. Oh, cool, I've already set those controls up. Groovy, it was just the event controllers that I didn't do. Alright, let's get in a... Let's put spectator cam in a better spot. Yeah, I need to pull the spectator cam back all this way. About so it's about 700 meters long. It's about 700 meters to where I am from the cockpit to here. But yeah, I have to put the spectator cam there to actually be able to drive this thing in third person. Right, so turning controls. For a start, we will name that. Have I left the music off from last time? I have. There we go. Thought it was a little bit quiet. There we go, let's have a little bit of background music. Right, so back to these controls. We've got turn left and turn right. These two controllers are both going to be thruster powered. So we'll have that and that. We'll set them to above 5%. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as it's above 0. Dum da dum 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 dum. Yeah. That'll be that. And then when left triggers, turn left. So we will turn that off, turn that on, and then when it turns left, we will turn the on timer on. And we stop turning, we'll turn the off timer on. Then we'll trigger on, and we'll trigger off. So, theoretically, if I now hit the left button... Nope. What am I missing? Turn. I've forgotten something there. I didn't set the controllers up. So, left control thruster to trigger that one. And right control thruster to trigger that one. So if I hit the left button, there we go. So I've now hit A on my keyboard and it's turning the whole thing to the left. If I hit the forward key as well, I can then walk forwards whilst turning left. Ooh, those feet interact turning that much? I might have to reduce the turning angle a bit. I think the feet are getting too close when it steps. Oh, that's just a little bit. And there we go. If I let go of that button, it then straightens back out again. Let's have a look at that again. I want to see if those feet are getting too close. I need to reduce that turning angle. How close are they getting? Oh, they're not quite close enough to hit each other, I don't think. Okay, I think that's just about alright. There you go. That is some left-hand turning controls, and we've turned almost all the way around. Oh yeah, I also found a neutral NPC base while I was wandering around testing this guy, and as you can see, overshadowed quite a bit by my Strider. Right, okay, those turn controls worked. Let's set up the other side. So, turn right, bum ba bum 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 bum. Turn right. So off, off, on and on, trigger on and trigger off. There we go. So if I hit the D key, there we go. The whole thing's pitching around to the right. If I let go of it, it straightens up. And then if I hit the left key, the A key, will pitch to the left. And if I release that, it straightens back out again. What's that, DC? Either that or you need some way to limit the range of the stride when turned to a certain angle. To be honest, if I'm going to look into any sort of mod for trying to grab nice screenshots, I need something that just makes the bosses just pause whatever they're doing and just stop, so I can get a nice screenshot of them. I tried to get some close-up shots of the big laser cannon on the top, and it kept killing me because the only good places to stand to get a good screenshot of that laser close-up is basically right in its firing line. So yeah, that was tricky. What's that? It does wonders of showing scale. Yeah, that's why I thought I'd start over here, because that is a NPC base built out of large grid blocks, and basically it's about the same size as one of this guy's feet. One of these feet isn't much smaller than that. Okay, so I'm happy that those turn controls and those walk controls work properly now, so... Oop, load spike. So if I zoom out to about there, I can start walking forwards. I can turn left while I do it. and I can release it and straighten up. And we can turn right. And what's that over there? Is that another NPC thing? Or is that me just detecting that unknown signal? Yeah, you can take a minute or two to build his momentum up because he is 53 million kilos worth of steel. But once he gets going, he gets going. So yeah, you've basically got 3 independent balancing systems inside him. So each, like I said, each segment is kind of an individual mech with its own balancing and turning controls. And I've just tied all the walk controls together into one sequence. Yeah, he will get where he wants to go, eventually. Right, so that's the turning controls sorted out. That's the walking controls sorted out. I might put in some autopilot type controls at some stage. But I'd like to try and achieve more greebling now. Probably also help if I put the sun in a slightly nicer place eventually. That's easy to see. So yeah, greebling. Let's... Now that I know he walks and moves, it's time to try and get as much of the extra weight onto him. So the way I generally build mechs is I will block out a shape of them, then get their walk cycle function working. Their walk cycle functioning. Can't speak today. And oh, what's that? You see, you found a GitHub that enables AC6 developer FreeCam, which also lets you slow down and speed up the game's time. Oh, that sounds very cool. As for whether it works, I have no idea though. Yeah, well, that's the thing with those kind of GitHub mods you find lurking on the internet. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But if it does work, that'd be excellent. Yeah, so I'll have a look into that at some point. I need, to be honest, I am running another goal for the rest of this month. I really, as well as the Wi-Fi card that you were so generous to donate towards yesterday, to be honest, I could really do with a hard drive upgrade as well. Because I've only got about 3 games on my computer at the moment, because I've got so much extra stuff for all the content creation and 3D modeling and all the modding stuff I've been doing. I've not actually got enough room left for games anymore, so my next goal is to get a external hard drive upgrade so I can shift all of the non-gaming stuff over to that and just have my main hard drive available for gaming stuff. Because I was actually thinking about installing Armored Core 6 again the other day, and I've not got the disk space for it. I will have to sacrifice a game. And I ain't sacrificing Space Engineers 2 or 1 at the moment, and I'm definitely not sacrificing the SE2 modding kit. That's about 100 gigs by itself, so yeah. What's that? Apparently there's also a photo mode you can use in-game. Just pause the game during the mission and there should be a button to prop. Oh yeah, I think they might have added that after I started playing it, because I'm not really much of a in-game photo mode kind of guy. I might take screenshots occasionally, but if it's got a photo mode where you can pause it and get like deliberately epic screenshots, that might be better looking into than a dev mod, because that sounds like it's almost purpose designed for getting good shots of stuff. But yeah, like I said, when I've got some more disk space, I will probably download AC6 again. I've still never completed it. I've always gotten to that very last boss fight and then gotten my ass handed to me. by that ridiculous ancient robot thing. So, what are we going to do? We've got these images to work off here. So, I think I'm going to start greebling and then potentially putting the pieces in place for the gigantic, ridiculous drills that live underneath this thing. We've got a whole bunch of them, so let's put a bit more greebling on here. Now we've got... comes down a bit of an angle from there. Oh, what's that, DC? You still need to play the game yourself even though you bought it on release, did the opening mission and that's it. I know a lot of people got kind of stumped by the opening mission. It seems to have been a bit of a thing for a while. A lot of people complaining that the opening mission was a bit hard. But at the end of the day, it's a Souls game, and Souls rules apply. Get behind him, stab him in the bum. But yeah, AC6 is really fun. Let's put mirror mode on, that'll probably help. It is one of my favourites of the Souls-like games. Or one of the From Software games. I mean, it's dark, well, actually, it's more like Bloodborne, really, in terms of gameplay and speed. So it's basically Bloodborne with giant robots, and I can't complain about that. Oh, you did the opening mission, you just never continued with it. I should go back to it, man, it's really good. It's a really fun game. And it gets quite epic towards the end. Some of those fights, some of the robot designs are really, really cool. Oh, that's what was in my way. That was a leg. Yeah, we'll bring that down. A few more blocks. How many is that at the moment? 1, 2, 3. We'll bring that across until that is 5 deep. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be 4, and then that'll be 5. That'll be 5. Right, so let's try that. You know, in fact, let's get a spectator cam for the other side. It's tricky when you're building things this large. Do it doing it as your actual character, because you can't move around quick enough. That's probably needs to come down a little bit more. I'm also looking at it from the other side compared to my screenshots. That's not helpful. Yeah, we'll bring that down a little bit more. We'll do the other end as well. So yeah, this guy's got 3 massive drill rigs underneath him, and then a massive excavator claw on the front of it. And I want to try and get that in this build. I'm just slightly concerned it might push the limits of how many blocks you can actually have on a single grid. But we'll see what happens with that. I'll have that, I'll have that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 5. Go a little bit further. 6 and 6. 7. 7. Pop those blocks into place. To be there. What does that look like from back here? There we go. Oh, I'm on the wrong side again. I mean, it's not the actual angle I want, but that's the shallowest angle I've got without downloading block mods, and I like to try and avoid them, so yeah, I'll go with that. I'm mostly happy with that. I try not to worry about getting things absolutely perfectly in proportion, because you can just end up tearing your hair out and going mad trying to get everything perfectly lined up. Oh, it's too far. There we go. And also, due to the nature of the block limitations, you can never really get anything perfectly in scale with how it is in whatever thing you're copying. Do here. Let's way across there. Yeah, not too bad. We'll join that up there. Bum 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 bum. We'll join that up there for now. Because it's got a little bit of a bevel to the side of this, so let's replace some of these blocks and get a bit of an edge in here. Yeah, that can do that. Go. That out. Take that out. Meh, that's gonna get chunked out, but we don't really care. That's got a bit of a rounder edge to it. In fact, we can also bin that off. We can take this entire edge. Yeah, we'll replace you later. We can round it off a little bit, like so. And then it's not quite as horrible and boxy. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, I just need to fill in these gaps here. Yeah, that's not too bad. Right, let's do the same thing over here. You can get out of there, thank you. Oh, that's the wrong one. That is the correct one, thank you. That can go. Oh, oh, come on. There we go. And that can go, and then that can go there. Sweet. Lovely. Much nicer. Right. Join that up there again. And then we'll join that up there. What's that, DC? You know, I was watching this YouTube video earlier today, and in the background they put some song that's like whistling along a guitar tune. And it's been stuck in your head all day, feeling going insane. I do that all the time. I hear like a single phrase of a song, and then the whole thing is stuck in my head for the rest of the bloody day, until I go and listen to something else. and force the other song out of my head again. I know what that struggle is like. You hear one little bit of a song and then it's in there and it won't get out. I regularly get the Muppets theme tune stuck in my head. I used to work with a bloke that whistled it all the time, and then it'd get stuck in everybody else's head. Then after about 10 years of dealing with that, it now regularly gets just stuck back in my head again, and I'll find myself going do 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 do, and then being like, why am I singing the Muppets theme tune? Anyway. Right, so how wide is this thing actually? How wide are we at this point? We are 9 blocks wide from there. That's fine. That's fairly decent. So where are these drill rig things positioned? Right, so near the legs, but not perfectly in line with them, obviously. Is that even... It's not even the centre of that section of the body either, it's about 2/3 of the way up. You did end up... What was that? You did end up finding out what the song was. It was Life is Beautiful from a game called Deadly Premonition. Don't advise looking it up. Well, in case it gets jammed into my brain as well. Maybe I'll give that a miss then. Okay, so that's about 2/3 of the way up there. How far is that? Let's do some rough maths. 47 blocks. We'll call it 48, because then I can divide it into 16s. Yeah, there's 3 16s, it's 48, so I'll call it 48. So 16 blocks from there. 1, 2, 3. In fact, what am I doing? 16 blocks from there is here. That is... Yeah, if I make that the centre of where I mount the drill. Yeah, that'll probably be about right. Okay, we'll call that the spot where we're going to try and build this ridiculous mega drill thing. So that's going to be the centre point of it. Yeah, that's about as good as that placement's probably going to get. We'll go with that. Right, so have I got a better image of these ridiculous drills he's got on the bottom of him? There we go. Yeah, it's reasonable-ish quality. Everything, all the pictures I find of this thing from so far away. So, it's got bigger cylinder, and then 3 claws. We're not going to be able to do 3 claws in a reasonably nice way. Might end up making it 4 claws instead, so it's a bit more Space Engineers friendly. Now, do I want to take the piss and make it a moving subgrid? Of course I do. I also want to try and make it a functional subgrid, because that's what I'm like. So we will start by taking that out. And we will get a different colour from our palette of colours to do some bits. So I'll grab that one, and as part of me wants to build these giant drills and put the gigantic fat prototype drills into them. Where's the prototype drills? There we go. Because I've never actually used these on any builds yet. They are quite chunky though, even compared to that. They might be a bit too big. We'll have a look. Either way, I want to try and get some kind of actual functioning drill here. So we will start the whole thing off with conveyor junction. Actually, we will just use that. Now, how would I get away? Having it extendable, I mean, it's not really going to reach too far. In fact, it's not going to get anywhere near the ground. You know what? We won't take the piss with the piston. That's probably a subgrid too far. We will put a rotor on it. So it can turn. How far do they actually sit off the ground, those things? They sit fairly high. And that's way more than 10 meters. I'd have to chain like 3 pistons together to get any of that kind of reasonable depth to it. So I'll just make it a big spinning thing. I might put drills on it still, but in fact I will still put drills on it, but it's probably not actually going to reach the ground at all. What should we do? Oh yeah, we were going to have a look at that, weren't we? So what we've got, that image and that image. Okay, right. Oh, actually, I might end up totally redesigning this bit, actually. Because from the looks of it... How do you want to do this? From the look of it... Wrong colour. Oh, actually, you know what? I will grab that other orange colour. Let's get some more bits of colour palette in here. It's got, from the look of it, a few layers of circles around the base before it gets down to the main drilling bit. So we will we'll turn the symmetry mode back on because that will help. We need to build ourselves a nice little circle here. That out a little bit, make life a bit easier. So 1, 2, center, 1, 2, block, 1, 2, block. And then block, and block. Load spike. Come on, game, what are you doing? Thank you. Alright, that can be the first layer, so let's put some more structural support in there. Oop, missed. Go that way. Yeah. Do that. Oh yeah, we'll need to put in a few more of them. We then need to build the next layer, so we'll have that, you know what we might have. That like so. Yeah, there we go. That's another nice little circle-ish kind of thing. Actually, though, they do look like they're a little bit tight packed. So let's try actually take all of them out. Yeah, let's try some half blocks here instead. What's that going to do? That's going to go to there. Meh, that's starting to look a little bit too square. Once we do that, so that's going to look a little bit too weird and diamondy, isn't it? Oh, actually, maybe not. Oh! Oh, the wrong block. Put that there. Get rid of those ones. They're a little bit redundant. Actually, no, those ones aren't redundant. A triangle. Put you there like that. Another half block. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, I think we can do a little bit better with this end of the circle though. So let's swap that and that and that and that. Oh no, that's going to be a bit too weird and round. Maybe. To be honest, there's only so much you can do with circles and Space Engineers when you're building them out of varying shape kinds of triangles. Yeah, I think that's going to be too much. Put that back the way it was, I think. Go. It's kind of either one or the other. One's going to look weird or the other's going to look weird. We do those as the corners instead. Oop. Oh, that one I wanted to delete, not the other one. And that, and that, and that, and then half blocks. Could do half block, and then where are the little tiny triangles? Yeah. Wonky, to be honest, that'll do. I'm not going to fight with it too much. That'll do for now. So, it comes down, it looks like it's got one tier, two tiers. Is that three? That a weird angle I'm looking at it from. It is hard to tell. I'm going to go on the assumption that that's got like 3 tiers to it, so yeah, let's do another one there, another one there, another one there. Yeah, that'll do, I reckon. Zoom out a little bit so we can have a better view. Yeah, it's going to have to do. It's the best we're going to get it, really. Right, so from there, oh yeah, because there's then a little platform, because the drill opens back up again. Let's grab that colour. One, two, three. Oh, right, actually, yeah. That probably wants to come down another section. That's going to get real skinny. What if we widen this whole thing by a block? Do each ring another block wider. Yeah, I might do that actually. That there, that there. The two of them. With those bits. Do that like that instead. Get with that. Get with that. Have that in the middle of them. And that there. Get rid of all this garbage. Fill that in. Get rid of them. Oh, need too many things there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This can get filled in. Make this side a bit wider. What can we do here? Oh yeah, that's what we could do. That looks much nicer now. 3 of them. Oop, too many blocks. 3 of them. 3 of them. One of them in there. And then where's that little wedge? There it is. Get rid of that gubbins. Don't need that. All that, all that, all that, all that. Honestly, we could probably save a bit of weight as well. Carve a few more blocks out of there. Do the same with that. You don't actually need those there. You do need a row there though. Oop, can't see anything. That does need to be in there. That one does actually need to be there. That's that. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Yeah, that looks better, I think. Much better. Right, so that needs to come down one last tier, and then we get to the little platform section. So let's shift colours. Maybe. Might be the right way to go. Maybe not. We'll soon find out. I can do that. We will fill that in with thicker blocks. Yeah, cool. Right, so that is that, and then we need to build a platform of that, so we will start widening this up again. And it looks to be about the same width as the first tier, so do that. We'll do that. Something like that. Oh, yeah. Get it? Oh. Let's do three across the back, another one in there. I'll find the right button eventually, and there we go. that. It's not looking too bad. Yeah, we'll go with that. Keeping things in scale when you're working this size is always tricky. You always have to pull back once in a while and have a look at it from a distance. I actually think that's kind of a little bit too small. But actually, let's pull back the reference picture and have a look at that. From a distance, actually, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, well, that doesn't look too bad. Right, let's zoom that picture back in on that thing. And then that's got like a sort of catwalky grill thing coming off it. This also drops down a little bit and is slightly segmented, and then we get to the actual bits where the drills are mounted. So let's call that another layer deep. Be the building and spectator cam, it's easier sometimes. Put that there, put that there. And we can fill that space in there. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Right, and then from there, that's when we're going to start making a moving section. So, we need to extend. Let's get the right button, thank you. Bum bum bum. Where are we? There we are, that's what we need. Need to extend that down to there. Perhaps put in a bit of structural support. And then we're gonna slap. Where's the front? That's the front end. Yeah, that's the front. We can slap a rotor onto there. Then put that on the end of there, and then we can build another one of these cylindrical sections. So let's put a bit of symmetry mode on that, make our life easier. There we go. And then we'll make that another layer deep. Yeah, fine. And that can be a spinning section, so we're in the middle, aren't we? So, before we go any further, that can get named drill rotor. Call it M1 for now, for middle. That's the middle section. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. And then yeah, that then tapers in, and then we need to start working out the drill shape. Cool. So we've got a bit of a catwalky thing going on here, supposedly, with a bit of scaffolding type stuff underneath. So grab another colour. Let's go back to that dark grey. No, not that one. That character's too far away, that's why. There we go. Right, so what we're going to do, we were going to... what's going on there? Looks like maybe... something like that at the sides. Catwalk on top. And the front, it seems to be doing something a little bit different. Might go with something like that. Then we need a bunch of catwalks. Have I got them on my toolbar? No, I haven't. Of course I haven't. Maybe I should put them. I'll put them there for now. Catwalks. We might have railings as well. It looks like it comes out a little bit further, so it might be that 2. Oh. So, deep. That's too many. And then it's pretty much just like a hexagonal shape. Yeah. Another 2 of them. Another 2 of them. We don't have triangular ones of these though, like we do in SE2. That's annoying. Lame. I might just have to use armor plates instead. Yeah, why don't we have triangular catwalk sections? We've got triangular armor plates. I don't really have another alternative for that, do I? No. No, I'm gonna have to use armor plate for part of the catwalk up here. That's annoying. Bring that out, another 1 on either side, I think. And then we will begrudgingly switch to armor plates. I don't have pieces I want to put in that gap. Let's do this whole section of armor plates. Try and keep it sort of visually consistent. Oop. And then we can fill that gap in like that, and then do the rest with catwalks. Let's go across there with catwalks, and across there with catwalks. And across there. I can put a little bit of armor plate in there. Too bad. Yeah, that'll do. Basic setup for now. Because I like to try and just put things in place. Not get too bogged down with the greebling, because you can go mad with that. Just get shapes in place, and then you can compare it to other shapes. And that'll give you a better idea of sort of how in scale you are with things. Yeah, that wasn't not too bad. Right, so the big claw thing that goes underneath it. This is where we're going to have to make a few concessions with our design. So that has quite clearly got some yellow hazard striping on there. Yeah, and the whole thing tapers off and starts to cone up a little bit. So let's grab the right block when I find the right backing angle. Thank you. This will be the one. You can go there. There we go, you can go there, and then we have the triangle inverted corner there. That's about right. Fill that in, fill that in. Too bad. Right, so can I get a better view of what's going on with these drills? Right, it's essentially the great big claw with some kind of mechanism on the inside that's very difficult to make out. Okay, so how big was the prototype drill compared to this? Oh, it is bloody huge, isn't it? You know what? I might have... It's got some kind of thing in the middle. Just for the sake of greebling, I might put the big prototype drill in the middle. And then maybe have some of the newer little ones built into the claws and have them fold in and out. So let's set that a little bit further down. How many blocks is that? Like 2 blocks. Yeah, let's extend that by 2 blocks then and have the have this thing poke out a little bit more. That's the wrong things. Trying to press Space Engineers 2 buttons. Ah, there we go. Alright, bin mirror mode off. Don't need that. Confusing things. Yeah, there we go. That's level. They're uniform all the way around, aren't they? Yeah. We can do something like that, possibly. Although I would actually like it to be a little bit inset. So maybe do that. Maybe inset 1 block. And then try and bevel this down. Because it does, I assume it kind of tucks back in again. And we take that colour. And can we do something like this at the corners? Oh no, it's not quite. Let's have. We'll take that out there. Oh yeah, we can get away with that. I'll put mirror mode back on. Yeah, so we do something like that. Get rid of them. Taper that in there. Get rid of them. Do something like that, and then this gap here should marry up with a regular old triangle. That looks nicer. And then we can take this colour, fill in the floor here. Well, nicer. And then for just a little bit of greebly fun, let's put... Not that, that's the wrong thing, that's the correct thing. Let's just stick some pipes there to cover those conveyor ports, because I hate the yellow conveyor ports being exposed. Yeah, I like that. I'm happy with that. I'm digging that. Cool. Okay. Claws, claws, claws. Actually, that's a point I need to... Oh no, that's already named. That's good. How can I get 3 claws on there nicely? Because it's only got 3 from the picture. It's hard doing 3-way things in SE. Everything's generally designed to have 4 sides. So, I'm going to have flappy hinges at the very least. What can we do? How could we do that? Oh, I've got an idea. Right, so that's going to be mounted on a hinge. That's pistons. That's hinges. At the very front, we're going to have a hinge out here. But I would like that to be mounted on something, so it's got a little bit of space from the rest of the grid. What could we mount that on that looks cool? Well, that's quite a cool one. Yeah, I might do something like that. Then have a hinge. Oh, I need to get rid of mirror mode because I don't need that on the back. I'm going to try some trickery to get 3 things on here looking good. So then that can go there, and then we build flappy claw off the end of that. That'll be fine. So, I want to mount another 2. Well, I want them to be angled, and I want them to fit roughly evenly spaced away from each other. Build one there, that would be... Could I figure out a way to mount them on this face here in a nice way? That's attached to there. If I had one on there and one on there, that would be roughly evenly spaced, I think. Let's have a look. So, you're mounted there. Let's chop that out and stick some blocks poking out of there for the moment. And do the same there. I would potentially mount it in a way that I could put a rotor on it and angle it a bit. Then again, that gap between there and there. Maybe actually mount it on that bit instead. Take that out of there. Yeah, I think that's a better option, to be honest. So, if I remove you, and remove you, I'll actually mount you up there instead. Get rid of that. Let's change that back to that. Yeah, because what I'd like to try and do, maybe have do there. Oh, dear. Let's take that out. I'm flippering. Oh, I'm aiming at the wrong section, that's why. Oh, that doesn't look good there. Let's get rid of that again. Oh, trying to cram things in on weird angles and make them look good. Oh, I didn't mean to copy the entire grid. Please stop trying to copy the entire grid. No, space engineers, don't. It's about 1 million PCU. Don't copy it. Don't need that on my clipboard. What can we do here? Oh. Yeah, I'll leave that. Leave any hideous gaps. We can probably cover something up later. So if I stick a regular rotor, I don't need the conveyor port. Now those like so. Try and keep a little bit of visual consistency. We could mount them on there. Bum 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 bum. And then I need hinges. Oh, another hinge there. Another hinge there. 360 divided by 3 is 120 apiece. So we want to angle you round. Bring you back a bit. Yeah, that's not too bad. So what angle is that sitting at? 320. That is 60 less than. Dum da dum 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 da dum 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 dum. Yeah, that's. Minus 60. Set that to instead. Oh, hang off. Thank you. There we go. Minus 60. Nope, that's minus 80. Oh no, it would be. No, it'd be minus 40 if all. Yeah, there we go. That's minus 40. Set that to positive 40. 0 for now. That must be 30, doesn't it? Minus 30. Oh no, where are you going? You're turning too far. Why have you just done that? Yeah, that's better. Set that to 30. That's sort of triangular. About as good as I'm going to get it in Space Engineers 1, or Space Engineers altogether. I don't think SE2's triangle building is going to be much better. It's all still very blocky. Right, let's lock that then. Let's set that to 30 and 30. 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that 30 million. That doesn't need any RPM pushing it anymore. The fewer forces we have acting on the various parts of the grids, the better. That could be minus 30. That could be 30 million, just in case. 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we can set that back to 0. And then we need to figure out how to build the claw bits. We'll build one, and then hopefully we'll be able to just copy and paste it into some of the other sections. Now, is there a way I can kind of cover these rotors up a little bit? Yeah, we can do something like that. Let's put another armor plate there. We can't really do much to cover that side, unfortunately. Not going to be able to get a block in. Well, I can get a block there, but not going to look great. That annoying gap. What do we do about that annoying gap? Alright, I know what I could do about it. Take that out for a second. That there, so I've actually got a connection point. I'm going to save just in case anyway. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. That's safe. Where's the other shape? That one. Oh, just go the other way around. There we go. Still got room for it to not scrub, and there's no hideous annoying gaps poking out. And I didn't have mirror mode on the whole time, so damn, we have to redo that on the other side. There we go, that's not too horrible looking. Let's do that for now, it just needs to stay connected for a second. Grab that colour, delete, oh, damn. I'll just rebuild it. Well, that was... Oh yeah, I didn't connect the actual rotor on, did I? Oh well. Anyway. Where was I mounting that? Yeah, with the taping bit sticking out. Yeah, that's fine. Can we paste you back on, or have I got to rebuild you? I'm probably going to have to rebuild you. Oop. Where the heck have I gone? Oh, there we go. Wait. Yeah, I've got to rebuild. Actually, just take that, and we will delete that and delete that. Rather than setting up the rotor, we might be able to be cheeky. Do it this way instead. Add a new rotor head. I will have to go back into my physical body. Weld that head back up manually. There we go. The right angle? You are at the right angle. And then you're probably not. They'll let me do this, but I'm going to try it anyway. How is that mounted on the other side? Oh yeah, it's joined at the top, isn't it? Where have I gone? There I am. Copy that. Bum, 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 bum. Gonna paste that onto there. Just about, if I can find the correct angle. Cool. Right. Problem solved. Put that back. Somewhere around 0. Do for the moment. What do we need to do here? Oh yeah, we need to rebuild some bits. So that can go there. Copy that. Go there. What do we do over here? Oh yeah, that's what we did over there. That can go there. Dum dum. That can go there. We will cover that up. That. Do the same over here. And then we needed just a square plate in there. And then one on the top. Yeah, that will do. Oh, in fact, I might even be able to be cheeky. Slip that in there. Probably need to retract that back a little bit. I'd pull that to -20. No, it needs to be a little bit higher maybe. Can you get higher without scrubbing? What's -30 centimeters like? Might leave it like that because I don't want it to scrub. Hopefully it won't scrub. Set that then to -30 as well. 0.3. Why does that say 3.11111? Why has that got an annoying decimal point? Alright, whatever. Whatever. Okay, that's a half decent three-way mounting point, I think. So, these drill flappy sections. Right. Go back to that colour. Start off there, or do we want... Hard to tell. You know what, I might start off like that. Have that like that. Now, this is where the scaling fun comes in, so I've got to try and figure out how big I need this to be. How big is that look relative to other body parts? It tapers down quite a long way actually, so I want to... Let's do at least another layer of that further down. So that there. Then that. And that. Oop, where's my spectator going? Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to bring that sun up, otherwise we're going to be blind in a minute. There we go. Let's put the sun behind me. I can see a bit better. Maybe one more. There we go. There we are. And it looks like it tapers out again. A little bit before it heads back down again. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Got that little bump there, and then this is, let's say, bring that down 5 blocks. And start rolling it back again. Yeah, go with that. Come back a little bit further. Maybe another little bit further. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Then I'm going to stick the block on there. And that's pretty much in line with that. All the way down. Yeah, that's not too bad. So if we make this, let's put some mirror mode on this thing. We'll make this 3 blocks, maybe 5 blocks wide. Before we start to mess about with it too much. Yeah, that'll be alright. 2 on there, 2 on there. Oh yeah, we need to stick that up there. Let's put that. Oop. Close. 2 there, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, cool. Okay, we'll go with that. And then we need to work out this edge here. What we're going to do here. We'll use those for the moment. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Then we might immediately jump to the next angle. Have that round a bit more. Yeah, that looks pretty good. What time are we on? We're on nearly 2 hours, right. I'm going to go and have a quick bio break in a second, and go and get a fresh cup of tea. It won't be long, and then I'll come back and carry on. I think that's the wrong angle entirely. That was just in the wrong orientation. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm going to go grab another bio break and a cup of tea in a second, and then we'll come back and do some more work on this claw. Where's the angle I want? There it is. That's the one. Yeah, pretty good to me. We'll continue that around a bit, and then actually we might flatten that off there. Good. Rather than do something like that onto there. Try and work out something there in a second. Might not work nicely. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. Right, I'm going to go and have a quick break and grab another cup of tea. I'll be back in 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you very soon. Right, hello again. Pardon me. I am back. Right, so... what were we doing? We were working this out. What are we going to do here next? Let's get my UI back up. That'll help. That does line up pretty good on top of there. That's okay. So we just fill that side in, I reckon. Oh no, actually that's a little bit too flat. A little bit too flat. And again, how is it compared to the actual thing we're building with? Actually, yeah, you know what, if we go any wider. Actually, it does look like it is a little bit wider. Let's go out another layer. Go out one more layer. Let's put another layer of that in. Let's get rid of that. Doesn't need to be there, and neither does that or that or that. And then we can go to there, that's the one. That'll be them down there. Boom. Unknown signal exploding in the distance or something. What we're doing here, we are just going to go all the way up into that, aren't we? Yeah, that'll have to do. Then, oh god, I've made this out of awkward pieces. What can I do about this section here? So, what we're going to do, we are going to use more of them. And some of them. I'll do that. And then this section here, I'm going to switch to the pointier pieces. Of course, that's a really awkward angle. Of course it is. What can we do to make that look good? Or look half decent. There, that can go there. We could do something like that, maybe. Yeah, that'll have to do. That doesn't look too bad. Or in fact, actually, we might be able to taper that edge in if we switch to those blocks Then we've got some of our new weird funky angle pieces. That one will go there. Lovely. Fantastic. That's much nicer. Much better curves. Cool. In fact, those don't want to be them at all. They are going to be other blocks. So, let's continue this section here. Be flat edge from there, so that'll be that. That'll be that. Have a few more of them. One, where's the cube? Cool. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad for a basic shape there. Right, so what all the little features have we got in this? We've got a little bit of dabbling going on this edge here, so let's take 2, 3, 4. Let's take 5 out from there. Do some of that. 1, 2, 3 block gap. Put that there. Actually, there's a few more angles going on there. What else could we do with that? We can take that in some more. A little bit of that, maybe actually swap that way around instead. Actually, that wants to be way higher. Be somewhere. Actually, maybe a little bit higher than that. I mean, to be honest, that's probably about as good as I'm going to get it. With the angles I've got to work with in Space Engineers. What if I chop that out? Actually, what if we put it out? Place it with that. Yeah, we'll do something like that. Yeah, that'll do me. Like I said, I don't worry about trying to get my replicas 100% accurate. At least not on the first pass of building, anyway. Yeah, get some shapes in. Get some ideas going, and then you can make adjustments later down the line when you've got a little bit more perspective and a little bit more reference to work from. So, is that extra? That's protruding out a little bit from the look of it, so we are going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll go 5 high. Take a little bit out of there, and we're going to replace it with some of these lovely beam blocks sticking out. Where's it gone? There it is. Yeah, something like that, and we're going to repeat that across this whole section here, so that can all come out. Green's a little bit much. Oh, that's the wrong way round. Yeah, right. About the right scale-ish. Yeah, and then from the look of it, it sticks down a bit lower, so let's take that out of there. Another row of those across there. Kind of looks like it does that. Gonna do, yeah. No, let's just do something like that. Yeah, it's not too bad. Now, other details, other details, other details. What else can we squeeze in here? It has occurred to me that I haven't actually piped these sections in. And I don't think I will be able to in a nice way, especially these ones. Not about rebuilding the entire drill and making it a bit wonky, and we already decided this thing's not actually going to be properly functional anyway, so I'll just put a few rows of drills on the inside of that. Actually, what do the Prototech drills look like in comparison to this thing? Where's the middle of that? That actually doesn't look too bad. One there. Annoyingly, that's an even gap. Of course it bloody is. Of course it's an even gap. I quite like that, to be honest. I think that looks pretty cool. I could do something with that, but that even gap, that's going to annoy me. So let's make a copy of that, just in case we screw things up. What I could do, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. I could extend this down a little bit and be able to squeeze centralized drill in there. So if I put you out here, goodbye, and then extend you down by 2. Oop. Floating cube. Put that there. Put that there. Let's extend this down. Oh, that's the wrong piece. There we go. 2 of them. Couple of them, and then glue that back on. There's the middle of it. There's the middle. Put that back on. That should now be 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Groovy. Let's put half block back. And then I should be able to get another aesthetically pleasing drill in the middle of that. Yeah, I quite like that. And I might, what can we do to greebling inside of that to make it all look crap? That's going to be totally exposed, so we need to make it look good. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Something like that. Down to there. Keep it simple for now. Wonder how much extra weight this has added to my build. Probably an obscene amount. Right, can we find a nice way to going up to that? Not that block though. But I can't delete that because that is the other side of that, and that needs to be there. So, maybe, what if we do that a block further forward? Yeah, not too bad. That looks alright. That can go there, that can go there, that can go there, and that can go down to there. That edge is, them, I can't delete them, they are vital to the outer edge. On that hideous seam. What do we do about that? We'll fill, not that, we'll fill that in first. We do about this edge here. We could do something like that. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. That does not look too bad. What can we do over in this corner? We can do that. Let me just bring that down. Yep, that's cool. I'm liking the look of that. Adding an ungodly amount of weight onto the mech, and to be honest, it's probably putting an ungodly amount of weight on that hinge. Probably something worth checking. War hinge. Middle 01. Call it. How heavy are you? How much do you struggle to move? Oh, not too bad actually. I'll put the air inertia sensor on. We'll give you 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give you a bit more torque. We will make your upper limit 0 though. We don't need going further than that. And we'll make that one minus 25 for a second. Yeah, there's a lot of weight in that. What if we call it 100 million? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What if we call it 200 million? Too bad. Oh, what's happened to my Twitch stream signal? Ah, there you go. Let's come back again. Thought my signal went away a bit weird then for anybody. You know what? I'm going to bring that down to 1 RPM. Yeah, 1 RPM we'll go with. Yeah, not too bad at all. Oh, that poor rotor in the middle though, that's going to stress out, that's going to have a whole lot of weight on it. Let's make that 200, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That 200 million as well. That's got the air inertia sensor on, so let's copy all of that and paste that onto the other rotors. Copy, paste, you will be number 3, so I'm going to go around clockwise. You can be number 2. Claw, rotor, rotor. And I'll put claw, rotor, mid, 01. Well, that can be. That's a point. That will also have share inertia sensor on it. So that can be claw, rotor, I've already got the word rotor. Mid 0, 2. Oh, you know what, let's actually just call it 3 and 2 so it marries up with the hinge names and doesn't get confusing. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's not too bad. Right, that can get deleted. They can get deleted. That That can get deleted because it's obsolete. Right, is there any more bits of greebling? Oh, yeah, actually there's loads more greebling I need to do to this before I copy and paste it over. So what were we going to do there? We'll just try and mirror what we've done on the other side. We'll have that. Oh no, not that. Actually, it might be that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, that. I'll set this up. Oh right, yeah, I see what I've done. 3 wide. Oh, not that one. Where are we? That one and that one. And then that one. So yeah, that's the one. So we can go under there, what we've done on the other side. That can go there, that can come out. Lock that. And then go in that gap. That can go there, that can go there. And we can start working our way back up there. Cool. Right, it's that figured out. There we go. Oop, one. Too wide, wasn't it? So, like that, like that, like that. That looks alright. That can go there. Bum, 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 bum. That can go there. That can go there. One in the gap. Do over there. Something like that. Cool. No, that's not too bad. We're on 2 hours 26. Oh, cool. No, at least another hour and a half left. Right, let's put a few different colours in here. Let's maybe make this inside section a different colour. Probably should have done that when I was first building. Well, first started greebling, but whatever. We'll fix it in post. Let's get them out. Hopefully I haven't painted any blocks on the other side. I'd paint them. What does it look like around here? Ah, yeah, don't want to paint those ones. I want them to stay that colour. Hey, so what we could do is maybe do something like that, and something like that. are those blocks? They are the other side of that. They are indeed. Don't want to paint that. I will just live with it having a little bit of a different colour behind it. Cool. Right, any other little details I want to try and squeeze onto that? It does have some grill looking like things. Oops, sorry about that, guys. My internet signal cut out for a second. I think we're back now. Yes, we're back. Thank you. Ruby. We'll be okay for a minute, hopefully. And hopefully, as of tomorrow, these internet issues will be done with. My new Wi-Fi card should be turning up tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully my backup internet will suffice for a second until my main internet comes back online. Yeah, it should be alright for a minute. What can we do? Yeah. I reckon we can do something like that. Yeah, that'll do, Meg. A bit of extra greebling there. Internet, what are you doing? Oh, you're back again. Right, sorry about this, guys. I'm just having a few internet issues at the moment. Yeah, sorry about this. Just having a few internet issues. Come on, internet, just play nice for 5 minutes while the router turns back on. Okay, that's not looking too bad. Oh, right, now the router. Right, there we go. I am connected back up to the proper router again. The internet connection should be stable-ish now. Hopefully. Yeah, looking better. Right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're back to being stable again. Cool. Right, so, big flappy drill. Oh, need to finish off this little bit here. Forgot about that. Actually, I don't want to do that, because that'll make it impossible to paste onto the other grids, so I'll leave anything that's going around that for the moment. Yeah, looks alright. That's at 0 degrees. Cool. Okay. Or anything. So there's other shapes in there, but I can't really get them in with the angles I've got to work with in Space Engineer. So I think I'll leave that like that for now. So we'll copy that whole thing and just paste it. When it comes crashing to the ground, damage is off, so it won't do anything. Fine. Quickly just paint that colour so it's a little bit easier to tell what end I want to pick up, where I want to paste it onto. Where are we? We are there, so we should be able to paste it straight onto that hinge. Lovely, just like that. And then we can hopefully do the same thing here. Yep, lovely. Is that in the right place? Yes, it is. Marvellous. Right, that looks pretty cool. Doesn't look too badly spaced or angled from down here. Yeah. 3D. That is a lot of iron for one hinge. Hello, Joshua. Yeah. To be honest, I made a mod a while back to increase the strength of large grid rotors and hinges, specifically for building mechs at this scale. So with the standard experimental settings, you can set the hinges and rotors up to 1 billion. With my mod, you can go all the way to 1 trillion. So that's 12 zeros. Yeah. I use it for making gigantic super robots, because the standard hinges and rotors aren't strong enough for building at this scale. Yeah, quite happy with that. About the right size and the right scale. Roughly the right scale. A whole bunch of more stuff we could do to it, but yeah, that doesn't look too bad in comparison to the rest of him. So now we need to figure out a tricksy way of copying and pasting that into 2 other places, because I'm not rebuilding that whole thing from scratch. I will just cut and paste it. That's a question. How is that poor rotor in there going to get on? Can I even reach it? Not without going into spectator mode. Where's my camera? There you are. That's going to need a hell of a lot more strength than that. So let's call that 200, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 200, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 1 million, and let's give it a little bit of velocity. What's that like? Yeah, that's not too bad. It can spin. If I set it back to 0, Ooh, that's swinging around a bit. Oh, it's because of your rotor, isn't it? Oh yeah, that rotor's not going to be happy at all, is it? The other one's not flapping about. 30 and 30. Your inertia tensor might increase the rotor strength. Oh. No, that shouldn't have an effect. It's not switched off. Inertia tensor on. And again, I am severely pushing the limits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that rotor's not happy. What can we do about that? Have we got a way that we could... not be able to get anything in there close enough to attach, am I? No. Well, I can lock that down. That could potentially mitigate some of the wobbling, but nothing's going to reach to connect, is it? Without doing something that looks horrible. What can we put that might protrude out enough? Not completely. Would that work? Probably not. Be too tight of a gap, of course it is. Just by that little bit. Yeah, and that would scrub and clang. If I did that. Lame. And that sometimes. Internet signal putting out again. Sorry about this, guys. The weather is not great where I am, and been wreaking havoc with my internet connection for most of the day. Okay, right. Can we get away with doing that over on the other side? Use the parking. No. Leave auto lock on in case it becomes detached again. Oh, sweet. That actually works. Use for parking and go off. Okay, that should hopefully secure those two sides a bit better. Let's give you a spin again. Then let's put you on 1. Still wobbling about. Interesting. Oh. You're still wobbling. Oh, it's the hinge that's wobbling. Why are you wobbling when the other one is not? Oh, you don't seem to be working properly. You're not reversing. Why are you not reversing? Have you somehow become a station? Or ridiculous fashion. Just being something with a terminal to get into. No. Throw an energy sensor off there. Why are you no moving? Oh, there we go. Something kicked into life there. Ah, you're being awkward now. Yeah, to be honest, I am probably taking the piss with what I'm doing subgrid wise here. I'm not surprised that it's clanging out a little bit. Interesting. You going to work? You just don't want to do a damn thing, do you? How are you doing? Are you broken as well? No, you work fine. It's just the two that are on extra subgrids that are freaking out. You're locked down there. What if I save the game first, in case anything devastating happens? I want to touch you for a second. How are you feeling after? Oh, you won't be powered if I do that. So then you definitely won't move. Reattach. Yeah, I think it's definitely a clang issue rather than anything else. Yeah, I think I've just stressed the physics engine out too much. Not surprising. We'll give it a quick save and a quick reload. Yeah, game is already saving. We'll give it a quick reload, see if that helps with the clang. And if not, the mega drills might just have to be purely decorative. I mean, they're mostly decorative at the minute anyway, but I was hoping I could have them open up and do things, but again, could possibly redesign the connection point to have more hinges on it, which would give it more torque, but it might introduce more clang with more hinges. We'll find out. We'll give it a reload, see how it behaves. I also need to check and see how much weight I've just added to the thing. So it was 53 million kilograms when I started this stream. It's probably added a fair few tons of extra weight. There we go, 100%. Yeah, on... Why do you keep triggering one of those timers on load? Why does that keep happening? What you set to 0? That should be happening. Oh, I see. You've... missed your limit. Oh, alright, there's some weird limit thing going on there. Might be able to... No, the back end. I might be able to figure out a failsafe for that. I think that's something to do with the rotor limits and the way they get set. Let's put that button. Yeah. Clang, clang, clang. Loud noises. Why damage is turned off at the minute. So we can work those things out. Right, are you hinges still playing up? Yeah, you are. Yeah. Oh. Options. What could I do? Oh, I know what I could do. Let's try adding some hinges. So, what we could do is... Where are those blocks? Not that block. What are those blocks? If I stick... Another one of them there. Another one of them there. And there. Oh. Mode off for a second. Put that there and that there. That can go there. I might be able to squeeze in. Yeah, some more hinges in. Squeeze that in there, take that out. Squeeze that in there, take that out. Then we can attach some hinge heads to the other side. And then we can attach that. And attach that. Right, now we've got 3 of these in unison. They're probably going to scrub on each other's sides, so I might take the middle one out. We'll see if that can lift it now. So reverse, reverse, and reverse. Yeah, there we go. It was a torque issue. So another quick little save. If I take that middle one out, so I want to try and keep the subgrid count down. I don't want to add more bits than absolutely necessary. If we reverse them back down. And they, between them, lift back up. No. That gets stuck again, apparently. Interesting. Give me a control panel. Just something with a screen on the side. There we go, that'll do. Oh, it moved eventually. Reverse and reverse. Oh, it might be a limit issue. That plonking there, I think that's getting stuck on its limit, isn't it? It's only when it gets jiggled that it kicks in again. Right. Put that back. We'll try that third rotor in the middle again. See if that. Put that back. Get rid of that. Put that back. Attach that back up. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse, and reverse. Let's do it one more time. That opens up again. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave it with a 3. It's not letting me do it with just the 2. We'll give it the 3. Alright, we'll just go completely overboard with the subgrids then, shall we, game? I was trying to be nice to you, but you are insisting that I use more than I want to. So, cool, whatever, we'll do it like that. Copy all. Can you aim at that hinge, please? Build vision, thank you. That's attached. Copy, paste, and that is attached. So, do you want to open nicely now? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that actually seems to open now. 1, 2, and 3. No, let's close these ones back up. Reverse, reverse, and reverse. Big clump. And then we'll just add another 3 onto here for the sake of uniform design. Cool. Do copy all. No, let's copy and paste. That rotor, please. Or hinge, rather. And attach. Okay. That doesn't look too horrendous. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So, now that I think that kind of works properly, I need to get 2 more of the one here, and I'm going to stream for about another hour or so, so let's figure out how we can get those other drills onto the bits, and where they actually live exactly. It's about the same orientation for each set from the look of it. So, let's do a bit more rough maths. That's the centre line of there. That's the centre line of there. That is 2 forward. Or 3 forward. Of that. So let's mark that up over here as well. Be about there. Something down here. And like that. Yeah. Cool. Then we need to build that section on the other one. So what did we do? How did we do it? Oh yeah. Did. Mode, thank you. How many layers of that did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Nope. How did you end up there? Where's those blocks? 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a bit. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a little bit, wasn't it? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. Block. And that's gonna go there. Yeah, right, cool. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there, Joshua. What is this thing going to eat? I'm not sure. It can eat whatever it likes, really. It's currently got power-wise, it has got 2 large grid reactors here back to back. Because when I did a test fire of the big laser, all those rail guns just started draining every little bit of power on this thing. Right, and then we'll do one thing at the back end. Yeah, actually we'll do the same thing at the back end and extend it all the way across. So we will start there. If it was that way, yeah. One and two, 3. Four. Oop, wrong place. 5. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And half. That should marry up all the way on this side. Lovely. Did my maths correct? Cool. Then we can theoretically fill in that entire side. Groovy. Right, then we've got these red markers, so we need to go on down to here. 1, 2, 3. And that is about where we're going to mount another one of these drills. No, I don't want to do that. Need to get that up there in one piece. It's on multiple times. I can either copy and paste the entire thing, and that will probably crash the game. Or we can mark that blue and red, left and right for a moment. And actually put this whole section out. Paste it back in, hopefully. There we go. Yeah. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll glue you back on in a minute. Then I want to put those blocks back in place. I want to grab that. Here, I think. Oop. Weird stuff going on. Oh, of course you're not. Oop. You're gonna behave? You're gonna let me place things where I want things? Ah, there we go. I think that's the right spot. Get my own face out of the way of the drills. There we go. Back where it should be. Fantastic. Fill that back in. And then we can paste that onto the other side. Make our lives easier. So, we are there. We want one block out from there. Go, that's me out the way of the drills. Cool. That is where I want it. Oh, I can feel the sim speed dying. And then it's the same deal on the front, but this little bowing section doesn't come out as much because there's even more monstrous stuff on the front of that drill, isn't there? Yeah, it's got another drill between its legs, and then it's got the horrendous thing sticking out the front. So, let's build the back end of it. That'll be that what we want. Don't want that there, thank you. That's one, that's two. That's three. That's four. One, two, three, four, five. Six. Oop. And a half. And the line gone. There we go. Bring that at least that far for now. I need to mark up this bit here. Figure out where I'm doing stuff, so that's the centre of there. That's the centre of there. One, two. Oh, hang on. I'm at the wrong section of the damn thing. I don't need to worry about that yet. I need to fill that in. Then centre of that is there. One, two, three. Two block gap, wasn't it? Yeah. 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 2 blocks. Cool. Right, so then we can put that in there, and then hopefully... Oh, did I not build that? Thank you. Then get another drill in there, groovy. Let's fill in that gap. In there, so... One of the pictures I've got is see that bit particularly well. No, we'll just go with what it is there. We need to adjust it later, we can do. That can be that, and then we will take that back up there. Oop. One. Oops. One again. Oh, internet, could you just play nice for 5 minutes? Come on, internet. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Right, well, hopefully tomorrow, when my new Wi-Fi card arrives, I won't have these problems anymore. That. Oh, that. Awesome. Right. Let's get rid of any unnecessary grids. That drill can go. It's a pretty big boy now. Control seat's over here. We're only on 57, and that's not too bad. It's only added 5 million kilograms. With those drills, I thought it was going to be far worse than that. Let's see how it walks. Stick. Right. Spectator camera around there. Button. Clang going on in a few places. That's to be expected. Oh, I accidentally muted my microphone. That was clever. There we go. That's the setting I wanted. Right, there we go. I should be able to control that a bit better now. Generating enough forward momentum, and we've stuck on the train a little bit. As big as he is, is he hasn't got massive amounts of leg clearance, depending on the angle he is with the floor. But yeah, alright, seems to be moving forwards now, that's okay. Yeah, okay, you can still move alright. If he does get too heavy, I could potentially put thrusters on him to assist with his forward momentum, but I'd like to try and make all the movement stuff mechanical rather than thruster based where I can. Turn left. We turn ourselves back around again. Yeah, I might... Debating slightly adjusting his turning angle a little bit, because I still think those feet get a bit close to each other. Particularly the middle and front sets. It looks like they're about touching. Right. What do those feet look like from this side when we are walking and turning? Oh yeah, they're definitely smacking into each other. Okay, let's adjust that steering angle a little bit. So turn left on, that is rotating you 15 degrees. Yeah, we'll call it 10 degrees then. Speed that's going out, I'll just set it to 1. Rotate to angle 10 degrees at, call it 1 RPM. I don't want stuff moving too quick when we're at this size. 1 RPM clockwise. Rotate to angle 350 at 1 RPM. Do that counterclockwise. Actually, I can tell what. Oh. Oh, the was reset to 0 again. That's interesting. Why have they reset to 0? Whatever. Then turn right and do the same with that. So that can be rotate to angle 350 at 1 RPM counterclockwise. And rotate to angle 10 RPM, 10 degrees, 1 RPM clockwise. Oh, you fool. I don't know, I have set them up with rotate angle. Oh, that's set to... Oh, I've done that very differently to what I thought I'd done. Then that especially begs the question why his turning controls are bugging out when they do. Right, let's turn you that way instead. Because of the sizes of the different sections of the body and where the legs are mounted, the distances between the legs are slightly different. 10 degrees seems to be alright. It's not too bad. What's it like? Like from above. Oh, that's the button. Yeah, that's not too bad, to be honest. That will do. Okay, cool. Right, so I'm going to do about another half hour of this stream. So, for the last half hour, let's play with the big gun on the top. I've done enough greebling for today. I'm quite happy that I've got all those drills in place, sort of. Let's play with the big laser cannon. So, I've got some controls for it. Let's put my spectator cam here so it's easier to see. Right, now he's a bit slow and sluggish. What's that set to? 20. It's that slow. Let's play with those torque settings. What did I call them? Ah, there we go. Let's give it 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 100 million torque. Let's give it a little bit more, make it a little bit more responsive. I will also tag these while we're here. STDR. Call it 150 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Too bad. That's now taken up 50% of the power to recharge. But I want them to fire in a sequence rather than rather than just one at a time. I want the whole lot to fire in sequence. So, what can we do about that? How can we do that? Can I have my build vision wheel back, please? Oop. Build vision wheel? Are you going to come back to me, my character? Thank you. There we go. 7. What did I call number 1? Number 3. Number 3. You know what, let's go back in the cockpit and do it more easily from there. Right, so railguns. I think I'm naming these in a stupid order. Oh no, that's number 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, no, they were in the right order. And so, I want to get them to fire in sequence rather than one blast. So, ways that we can do that. Ways that we can do that. Can we... Oh yeah, I still need to finish off the back end of this, don't I? Let's cover that one. It's supposed to be. Let's get rid of that. So... got 8 guns. Are they range? No. Build vision back again. Spectator cam. 3 across the top, 2 down the sides, 3 at the bottom. I'm wondering, can we use the charge of a railgun? In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Do like that for now. Actually go back to the main control seats, wherever the heck that is. There it is. Where's my gun? There it is. So, those event controllers. 1, 2, and 3. Right, controller. Rail gun number 1. Number 2. And number 3. Get them in a decent order. Right, so if railgun number 1 is looking at the stored power of that first railgun, then when that gets to 0, it then fires the next railgun. Will it do it in sequence, or is the delay so little that it will just fire at the same time? So let's go to our controller, take out all the railguns except the first one, take control of the railgun, we'll fire them in sequence, it's just very delayed. I want it to be more of a bam, 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 bam kind of thing. Other than that, I would have to... I'd have to set it up in a completely different way. Because that delay is a little bit too much, because if that was less than that, I'm looking at railgun number 2, and then fires railgun number 3. Recharged? Not quite. Oh, hey, Real Phil G, how are you doing? Right, is that railgun recharged yet? Yeah, man. The big ones take so long to reload. They literally take about 4 minutes, I think. Oh, it has reloaded. It's just the... that didn't fire number 3. I didn't fire. Right on 3. It does work. Now I've got ammo in it. Anyway, that way of doing it is far too slow for what I want to do, so that ain't gonna work. How could we? To be honest, it's only 8. I'm good, Phil. To be honest, it's only 8 railguns. It's not. It's the only guns this thing has on it at the moment. It's just them. It will have rocket launchers in there eventually as well, in those holes, because that's what it has in the in Armored Core 6. I want these to fire in a faster sequence, so. Now the other way of doing it. Getting it to aim correctly. Then we take that out. Oh, you know what? That whole line there looks pretty boring. That's just straight blocks, isn't it? Let's take that out anyway. How far do these blocks go back? All the way back. You know what, I'll leave that one there. That's connecting everything up. We've got... What have we got? Where are they? There we go. Put some of them down the middle instead. And we can take that out. And take out... smeg, I'm not going to have a connection point where I want it. Okay, what? Yeah. How far back can we go? Not far enough. There's no more connection points past there. They. I quick little save, just in case I break something when I delete that block. No. Not broken anything? Cool. Where are my... Oh, actually, I don't need to use a tool. And I can use rocket launcher to trip it. What we need to automate this system is we need a block that can be used by both the event controller to trigger something firing and be able to be used by a turret controller to aim at stuff. So how did I set that up? Did I set that up? Oh yeah, I know how I set it up. Right, so I should in theory be able to put a rocket launcher in here for the purposes of targeting. That's still attached, cool. So I should be able to get that in there. And then, where am I? I'm down here. Ah, there's the turret controller. Right, so let's take all the railguns out of there and instead set it to the rocket launcher. Bum, 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 bum. We'll turn that off. We'll turn that and that off. Turn that off. AI can go on. That should be able to track me. Hopefully. Oh, I think I might need to turn something else on. Rocket launch on, AI on. Characters, neutrals, friends. I'll just be using the rocket launcher as aiming reference. Is it because it is buried too far back? Hello? Can you see me? It might be buried too far in. If I stick that there, swap it over. Some of the weapons, they don't like being boxed in sometimes. They will occasionally get fussy. Should be aiming at characters, should be aiming at friends. No, you're not doing anything. You're not moving. Why are you not moving? You? Right, well, I can control it. Why can't the AI control it? Bum bum bum. Aiming reference. You're switched on. Nominal. Warming. Dum 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 dum. I wonder why you're not aiming at anything. I know you've not got a camera on you, but you should at least be able to target with that rocket launcher. Are you having a hissy fit because you don't have a camera? Let's find out. Where are my cameras? There is a camera. I will plonk that there. Actually, got terminal access here, do we? Units. Camera. Doesn't make a difference because you should be using a weapon as the primary targeting. Why you no aim? Got a camera, you've got your rotors. Why are you being fussy? It doesn't do anything anyway. Anyway, you can aim at the sun, right? So the AI isn't completely broken, it's just being stupid. Right, so you can definitely aim and move. Why are you not aiming at me? So I can test you properly. Off. Enable AI. Target friends. Target characters. That should get you to point at me. Right. Just aim at everything. Nope. Alright, what if I get within firing range of that little NPC station? Damage is off, so even if it fires back, it's not going to make a difference. Why is AI being strange? This guy is so big that you can't actually get him completely in the third-person camera. Right, we're a kilometre away. He should start targeting at 800 meters. $900. Nearly 900. Come on. Oh, there you go. Right. You're aiming at that now. Okay. Fine. You just didn't want to aim at me for some reason. Oh, hang on. If I set myself to untargetable by any chance? Yeah, I have, because I'm an idiot. Divvy. That'll be why he hasn't been able to aim at me. I checked the wrong box. Alright, okay. That's that crisis solved. I don't particularly want him to start shooting at that station. So let's turn stations, ships, things off. Let's turn your AI back off for a second, because I want to check, see if you can aim with that missile launcher that's all the way in the back. Get rid of that. Bum, eye controller. Let's put that rocket launcher back on it. Turn his AI back on, so let's turn that back on. He is only aiming at me, hopefully. And there we go, he can track me with that buried all the way in the back. Might need a little bit more torque tweaking. Or maybe have his velocity reduced a little bit. Yeah, I might do a combination of both, actually. Right, so, alright, that's working. I'm happy with that. Yeah, let's turn that back down to 20. And increase those a bit more, so 200 million. Okay, so now I know that aim and target me with that in that configuration. Can I get away with mounting a camera in front of it? No, because that's not a connection point apparently. Not for that anyway. Really? Ugh. I wanted to get something in there. Damn it. I don't want to completely block it, because if I completely block it, it might not... Oh, that fits, but it doesn't connect up in the way I'd like it to. Ah, lame. Ooh, some things that are see-through. And have a pass-through kind of thing. Could I get away with mounting that in front of there? Then, where are you? Sticking a camera on there. I don't need the missile launcher to actually fire. I just need it to aim. I'm going to build a trigger manually at some stage, because I'm going to wrap this stream up in a few minutes, to be honest. Where are we? Camera AI on, if they have a camera and a weapon, the weapon will take aiming priority in the custom turret controller. Looks like that's blocking his vision, or blocking the missile launcher. Double check that AI. Actually turn it back on. Yes, I did. And that is now getting blocked and it can't see me. Take that out. Yeah, that's blocking it. Damn. Alright, well I'm not going to be able to get a central camera in there. That's annoying. I need a bit more torque strength. Right, rotors, let's call it 250, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Elevation. Yeah, no, I could sensor off. Doesn't seem to be too bad without it. Actually, let's give it a test with share inertia sensor on. I rotor elevation. Does that stabilize you a little bit? No, I think it's just creating artificial mass issues. That didn't look as smooth as before. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, okay. Right, well that has been 4 hours, so I'm going to leave this here for now. But I'm quite happy with the progress I've made on it. I can aim and target stuff. Got these lovely drill platforms in place. Can actually walk around on. Got so much more left to do, and I think the sim speed on the game will probably die before I get to finish this build. Probably, but yeah, because that's me sprinting right now. There's a lot of sim speed lag going on here because this thing's so bloody big. Yeah, I'm aiming to upgrade my computer over the next year, so this will be an ongoing project on and off for a little bit. Forward control thruster. Oh, I've already set that up on another toolbar. Fantastic. Right. Let's engage some just automatic walking for a minute. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to leave this stream here for this evening, because that's been 4 hours. I will be back again tomorrow evening, about the same time, to do some more of my Apex Mechs survival stream where I am. He's making some clanging sounds. Where I'm in the middle of building a little mech suit kind of thing for myself to use. So I'll carry on doing that tomorrow evening. But for now, I'm going to leave this here. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. And I will see you all tomorrow evening. So good night, everybody. See you all later.